Yes.
doesn't give any contingencies. Just maybe it's not the most precise and the win which the
But-
computer gives, but it just doesn't give any chance even to think for you
Yes,
that you have a chance to save the game.
Humanly speaking,
Yeah,
that's
from
that's
practical
the way to,
point of
yes.
view, it's just
Yes,
incredible
yes.
decisions.
No, his practical strengths also, I mean, I believe that this game also shows his overall practical strengths. I mean, obviously things went wrong.
Well, I can't say that it was good.
I mean, okay, he prepared something, missed something, I don't know, some aspect.
Something
He
went
got
wrong.
into some sort of long-time trouble. Yeah, but okay, he started defending. Yeah, this rookie one, this
Yeah.
cross
Yeah. T.
placement of the position, inviting black to take on d4, and and not looking like somebody who is really worried about the position. I mean, look, I'm regrouping. Of course, his position was not funny, but this can influence the.
He was playing.
I mean, could you expect that?
No.
His only merit was that he was there. He was there. Not only his moves, but his presence. Because okay, it's like a fight, no?
Yeah.
It's not only the technique; it's also the.
And it's incredible with Magnus that he has the patience. I
Yes,
mean, you
yes.
look, he's sitting there, he knows that he should be winning, but he's engaged. That what is the best technique? How can I squeeze the way that I really don't give any chance? So he's just enjoying the details.
But is the right policy? Because okay, the hardest to play is when you are winning or when you have a clear advantage, because you know that you cannot spoil it.
Spoil it.
You are not
Yeah.
allowed to.
Yes.
I mean, if the position is so okay, you make a move by intuition. But when you have an advantage, you know you are not allowed to
Yeah.
spoil it. So the responsibility should be higher in such a position.
So let's see what is the result between with the Norway team. How are they doing? And on the other boards, I think Tari
won. Okay, it's 2-0
Yeah,
already.
This is the game. Wow, big crush.
Hammer and Carlson are still playing.
Let's see what Hammer is doing.
Hammer is doing reasonably well, I think.
It's also move 41 after the time trouble. Hammer had 25, but the opponent seems to have probably had quite a time trouble. Evaluating the position, it's not clear. I mean,
No, but the knight is very good.
but Black is doing okay.
Do you think that Black is doing
Or no?
okay?
Well, knight on c3 is good, and it supports the pass pawn.
No, I mean, I'm not sure how White is going to win, but White should be better at least slightly, no? Don't you think so?
Yeah, probably.
But I'm not sure how to prove that. I mean,
Rook
maybe
f3 was the last move in this position.
he has to come up with a plan. Maybe he wants King g3 to threaten Queen takes e5.
But I'm not sure because it's not so easy. For example, let's say if I just go King, Queen. Though I'm not sure I take. You know what I do? I go Rook h8. I go Rook h8.
If King g3, then
Anyway,
King
I want to
G8,
take.
King
No,
G8.
actually, I want to take. I want to go King g7 and to
no,
attack your
my
pawn.
pieces are a bit stupid. You mean yes?
I mean, on c3, I understand that it's blocking the pawn, but you have your weaknesses here, right?
And the bishop
King
is
g2, you
suddenly
have to
not that.
go, which means that you should have gone to g2, right?
Okay.
Instantly. So after Rook h8, King g2.
No, but after King
But I
g2,
cannot go.
I don't threaten Queen e5. So this is why I went to g3.
But Queen e5 was not a threat anyway because the rook is hanging.
The rook is also hanging.
So, okay, King g2, but anyway, I think Black will be taking on g5. This was my plan, playing King g7. Still, I want to go there. Of course, Rook will be able to go to g3.
Rook a8, then double on the
Yeah, I mean, the h-file, it's double-edged story, right?
So I...
And also the b2.
But about b2, I don't think there will be...
You're not worried that much.
No, I think not, but yes, the king side is a problem. And the bishop, yes, the bishop controls two wings.
Yeah, it's like I have
underestimated
some ideas there. So maybe it's not easy. I would this g5 pawn is really weak, I believe.
I looked at things too statically,
Yes.
as if it was already.
If you all your dreams are accomplished.
I mean, exchanging all the pieces.
And eventually you have a passed pawn on
keeping
it.
the knight against the bishop, for instance.
Yes, yeah, okay, without rooks, of
Yes,
course,
yes,
that's
yes,
a
yes,
whole
yes,
different
yes,
kind of
yes.
story.
Yes.
And on board 4,
So we have on board 4, Christiansen won.
it's over already.
Yes, they won on board 2 and 4.
Okay, so Norway won. How is the US? How is
Wojtaszek won. Wojtaszek won.
Okay, let's see how they finished there.
The match is over, 3-1.
Okay, let's see Wojtaszek's game, because that was great fun after bishop b7. What has happened? Black played knight d5. He did not want to enter to the worse position, and went on to play this.
But
It was not only verse, but a pawn down.
This is worse and lost. Yeah?
Well, yeah, this is important to go out from the pin, and then rook b7. Well, and okay, Wojtaszek had good technique, I guess.
Well, you know how Leonid Stein, what he used to say, in such positions I'm very strong.
Very strong, yes.
No, I don't want to say that Wojtaszek doesn't have technique, but the position is simply...
Yeah. Especially you have the bishop, right? D5 pawn, so it's you have to bring your king. But it's a great example how club players should understand that you have a better position, you have a pawn up, you still have to win the game, right?
Yes.
So this is a nice way of showing how you play. So you regroup the bishop to b3, put pressure on d5.
Keep the knight passive.
And and just win the game, right?
To win the pawn on d5.
I mean, okay, black was also not fighting for too long to suffer long.
Yeah, he was
So
probably
this-
was demoralized by...
This pawn is also getting off the board. Okay, so I can't say exactly that it's a nice game, though I have to be checking it afterwards if everything was sound. But we felt that there was something not planned in this game, where the action and tactics were happening, right?
Yes.
So what kind of games we have which is still running from the top board? How is it going with the Indians?
Do you have any hints?
Let's see what we have. Koneru is playing still. Wow, this is a tough position. So she had an interesting opening, and now she's actually, well, she should be much better because the e6 pawn is a great pass pawn.
I'm curious, how did she get here? Is this a blocked position as well when we were thinking of knight takes d5, no?
Well, this was in the beginning where we thought she played h3 here. This is very
Yes, I know, but how did it go?
And rook b8, bishop d2.
Rook
So,
b8.
so black didn't even have the idea to play knight b6 and rook d8. So I think black was just having not the right plan.
No, black didn't have a plan.
Well, she had a plan to double the rook on e8, which is not enough in this position, I believe.
Yeah, yeah.
So, I mean,
No,
the bishop
this
is
is-
stuck, the queen
No,
is
this
not
is
doing
this is White's
anything.
dream. This is White's dream. Yes,
yeah,
yes.
exactly.
Yes.
At one point you can go f5, no weaknesses,
No, of course, this is the worst scenario if black doesn't
bishop
play anything.
g5. So this is a typical way when a lower player, lower rated player just says, okay, do whatever you want. And this is what happens in this game, right? That practically Koneru herself should be improving continuously her position, which is not so simple. It's only a great
but
pleasure.
But for a player of her level, this phase is easy.
Yes. So
And-
eventually she had to make actions.
Yes. Yeah, but a much lower rated player might never dream that she can sacrifice a piece on d5 against Koneru.
Yes. Yeah, you have to be a very tactical, aggressive player.
I mean, there are such players, okay, but obviously it was not the case no, because you know that if you don't do that, then you are just crushed.
Yeah, in these
Little
kind
by
of
little.
positions, you end up very easily just having a worse position, and basically it's a cat and mouse game, right?
It doesn't matter if knight takes d5 is good or wrong. you have to play.
Sometimes you
If
just have to do
If it doesn't
right?
work, as Corcinelli used to say, bad luck. But you have to do it.
So queen g3 takes, and now she made a regrouping of her pieces because it was not so easy to break, actually.
No, but I'm not sure that Conneru played so well, because this looks like a decent position for black.
Yeah, but now white could play knight e6, which was a great achievement.
Maybe
Right?
she should have kept the king somewhere else, no?
Maybe, yeah. Maybe that was the
No, now of course
option to go king f8 or king a. Yeah, well, not so many good places for the king.
No, I mean, with the exception of the fact that there is that threat, and okay, if king f8, for instance, works, then I'm not sure that white has played so well. No, it's still better for white, but at least black's
I
pieces...
think white maybe has to sacrifice the pawn, maybe.
Anyway,
Yeah. Maybe the queen has to be regrouped. But I also think that white misplayed it.
I mean,
it was not the best way to do it.
Because look at black's regrouping, it's human.
Yeah.
I mean...
And now g5, bishop e5, and it's still not over at all.
I mean, okay, you have a nice pawn there, but how are you going to break?
The players are already entering just within a few minutes to the 5th hour of play. So far they are playing for 4 hours already.
But so are our commentators.
Yes, we are also here. We are the first to come and probably last to go. But we have some very exciting games already today. Even yesterday we had some excitement, but the more how we're proceeding from round to round, there will be more and more exciting games in the playing hall and what we are able to commentate. What about bishop takes e5?
Yes,
because,
takes e5,
of course, d takes e5 is also
no.
something to consider. Because, of course, this is
e4.
Untakeable, but white goes bishop d5, and what happens if
e4.
just e4?
It can easily go the other way around, no?
I don't know, but also bishop can go
Bishop
to
d4,
so let's say queen d6, bishop shows up on d4.
And queen f6.
Though white can take, but I think it would be extremely dangerous for her to grab those pawns, don't you think so? On a5, of course, this looks, one day it will be
g4
queen.
maybe, no? Isn't
You
black
know, you
close
can
to
have
winning
a
here?
faster heartbeat with, with the white pieces, because you're not sure whether,
But
are you really...
Also bishop takes e5 looks
So
decent.
this is why it's move 42. Both players, they received their extra 30 seconds. And now, of course, it has a completely different story, this part of the game, because what white can be playing for, and in many games we've seen this before, that, okay, there are some moves, let's make some moves, your opponent is thinking, and then a time trouble, and then you can make some very practical decisions, and maybe you trick your opponent if you have to, unless you really have your winning position, and then you just win the game. Bishop e5, queen f2. There is no other way to go.
Maybe g4.
And maybe g4.
g4, no? No, d takes
it's
e5
how
also,
difficult to
also
crack
makes
this
sense,
position.
but no, but it's not even clear who is cracking who. No, I mean, I understand. I agree with you that it's not easy to crack, but
So bishop d5, already g takes h3. It's not easy at all.
well, you can also prepare it, no? Queen h6 maybe, or queen h7, or queen g5. No, I mean it's very much a game. Maybe we don't have to take, no? White to
Okay,
open.
but bishop e5, queen f2, it's forced.
Yes, g4, bishop
G4.
bishop d5, and something queen g5 first. I'm not so happy about.
g5 and come king g7 possibly.
Yeah,
Or
rook,
king
rook
f8 and rook
yes,
there,
absolutely.
right?
And yes. I mean, why to open the G file somehow?
So what about rook f1?
Okay, rook f1. I'm not in time for king g7. Yes. No, rook f1.
Well, f4 is possible.
Yes. And you cannot take on g4. That's good.
Well, white can try to go queen e2, but actually it seems like maybe the e5 bishop is much stronger than the d5.
Let's say it's not weaker. It has a view to the king, no?
Well, it has like
yes,
somehow more dangers to look after.
No, the bishop on d5, I mean, okay, The only question is whether black will be in time to
Yes,
evacuate the king from
this is what
G8.
I want to say also, that if black can reach out with his king to E7,
E7,
then the D5 bishop is nothing.
Then black is winning.
Yeah.
So the bishop on D5 ensures some, let's call it initiative, no, or temporary activity.
So bishop E5, G4.
No, but the takes C5 is also interesting. I don't know. Bishop E5 is simpler to...
Bishop D5, Queen G5. Okay, so let's see the board 2 of this match. Yeah, I have Vishali on the board, A2. Okay, it's not over yet, but it's going to be just within seconds. So she's going to collect her second victory. Well, I guess Rook H1.
First collect the rook and then the second victory. Knight C2 is still... okay, I mean, she will not resign at once.
No, but okay, this game will be over. Okay. Then board 3, Tanya. Oops, Tanya is actually winning. And she won already her game. Still board 4. We see what's going on.
Black has a nice position.
H3. So actually it seems like only Humpy has problems.
So...
in this match.
They will probably have 3-0 and then which is a big score for the second round.
Well, yeah. It's India against Argentina.
You checked and you discovered that in the first round there were 70 results of 4-0 in the ladies competition. Yeah. And 76
4-0
in the men's competition.
In the open section, yes.
Okay, for the first round is not something unheard of, especially that we have more teams now.
Yes.
So the difference is bigger but for round 2, okay, 3.5 is already something very remarkable. Okay,
let's see what happens in the Atalik game. Wow, it's not going to last long. Because,
some sort of threat.
Yeah, black is... no, actually it's over. The game is over of that game. So let's see how is it. So it's 1-0 to Turkey. Let's see the end game, Rook A1. So this Rook end game, of course, it will be equalizing 1-1, board 3.
Oh, this is very complicated. What is this?
Well, here black has a huge advantage.
Black has... no.
Just winning.
Well, black is a pawn up and everything is hanging in white's position, yes. Well, okay. No, I looked at it optically, I didn't understand anything, but of course, black is completely winning.
And then on board 4, we have white 1.
Osmak 1 already. Oh, she's a rook up, yes?
So 2-1 lead, right?
Okay.
Not 2-1 lead, but it will be, I'm sorry.
It's 1-1, but...
Yeah, it's 1-0 for Turkey. Because actually,
no, but Osmak won. Osmak won already. The last game you showed, I saw it.
Yes. So it's 1-1, and two games are running. Here,
with pretty good chances of a 2-0.
Okay, so kind of 3-1, right? Let's see, Georgia. She won Janit Zanana. This was the A3 move, right? And then black played bishop B2, knight B7, and then. Well, it was not necessarily so simple, but okay. Yeah,
the knight stands well on c5, but white has the center.
Okay, but it's a pawn up. So
it's a pawn and it's a mobile. It's a mobile pawn.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
And then we have a draw on second board, third board, also victory for Georgia, and then board 4 is still playing.
Kind of winning, no? But Georgia is playing with black, so...
yeah, that's not so simple. But okay, they are leading 2.5, so the match is already in their hands. And let's see what the others are doing there. Okay, so let's go back a little bit to what Carlsen is up to. And well, actually, let's see the U.S. team.
Yes,
and
we
the
did it.
Indian team, how they are
So
So he's still playing? Wow.
only so,
What a game.
only Wesley is playing.
Yeah.
And the game, are we sure maybe this is the third game they are playing today, no? Because each time we look, it's a different structure, no?
It looks like a different game.
They are cheating. Arbiters, they are cheating. They played 3 different games. And suddenly,
Well, Wesley is going to be winning this game, I believe. Though this knight, if ends up on c6, it's not the...
Well, I was just saying that for the first time in the game, I'm not so sure. But it's a lot of pawns.
Well, there are lots of pawns.
It's a lot of extra
It's
pawns.
like 2 extra pawns. So the only thing black has to be careful not to allow this knight to c6. And for now, it's very clear that it's not possible because of bishop f6. And he's going to be playing probably bishop f6 at some point.
Maybe e5. Maybe e5. I wouldn't be so sure about this position. I mean, at least from practical point of view. I want to go e6. Maybe I grab the pawn on g6.
Or you want to go d6 maybe.
Oh, d6 is the dynamic solution, yes. No, e6 actually doesn't work because of rook takes e6. But no, it works.
No, I think for now d6 is the threat.
d6 looks and something knight d4 or.
But for now, maybe black goes bishop c5, king h2, and then, well, I would like to go somehow rook a3 and threaten to take on f3. Is it possible? Though here you can go queen g6,
Queen
right?
g6, I take a
And
pawn,
after
no?
this, queen f5 check, and only after
And
that
I
to
defend
capture.
this.
Yeah, because you can move back with the queen after queen h3, queen h4. So e5.
No, it would be still unclear because the pawns would be very dangerous, but okay, it's a fight already, no?
Yeah, it seems like e5 is a must, right?
You have to, I mean, this is the thing you have, the stable knight on f3 and the pawns, no?
Yeah, it's still some interesting fun on the board.
No, so in principle, Wesley's opponent shows himself as a resourceful player, no? I mean,
Yeah.
he might have been worse all the way, but, well, yes, he played e5.
e5 is on the board.
I mean, even for a player like so, adapting himself to the new...
So I want to remind everybody that if you have any question to me or Mihaila or about the Olympiad, we're happy to answer you. But also don't forget to send us what do you think which is the best game of the day. Hashtag Best Chess Olympiad 2022. We are waiting very much that you're sharing your view. What is the best game? What is the most interesting game? Or from any other country apart from the top seed players and the top players and teams, you can send us from any country where you feel that there was the move of the day or any very nice and neat combination done in the open section or in the women's section. Like, we are very much looking forward to your thoughts on that and your judgment. So let's see e5, what is going to be the judgment of Wesley on this position, and how is he going to be playing and reacting here? Because the 2 pawns, it's true that there is 2 pawns up for black. At the same time, those 2 pawns in the center, d5 and d5, is extremely powerful, and they have some plans over there. So it's not so obvious how to do it, though maybe queen f8 is the move what Wesley wants to do.
Yeah, that's the problem, that black has such a big material advantage that... Yeah, okay, but queen h7, and what next? d6.
Queen h7. So anyway, white wants to break the connection between the rook and the g6 pawn, and anyway to move away somehow the c7 pawn. After queen f8 already even e6 is possible because there is no pin on the d file, so black cannot grab the pawn on e6. So it's not obvious whether I improve the position for black with queen c8 or not. So it's not so obvious how to make it clear the win. Maybe also bishop f8 is something to be considering, you know? Go away from this possible tempi of
So
d6.
queen f7, no?
And if queen f7, then already I can go, let's say, queen g7. And after queen there...
No, but I take on f4.
Ah, you want to take my pawn? That was...
No, I mean, okay, then
this
you
was
have
not
only
the
one
deal.
extra
This was
pawn.
not
I
the
mean,
deal.
I know you are
Yeah.
proud of your extra pawns, but now it's
Well, I
extra
have less
pawn.
and less extra pawns.
No, the problem is that
this
black is a bit disorganized, no? The king
Yeah.
somewhere between the pieces. No real threat for white, but...
What about playing queen d7? So to control the seventh rank a little
what
bit
about
also.
e6?
E6, bishop c5 was my plan.
Oi, that's a good plan. Okay.
This was the only trick I have.
Okay, so I have to go queen g8 then.
Queen g8, king b7,
And e6 now.
and you go e6, bishop here, king
Let's
h2, and I want to go, let's say, queen d6. I don't want the knight on e5 and c6
But I take
or
on
d7.
g6.
Oh, that I was happy to give you. That was a present of
No,
today.
I'm so glad that...
Okay, I don't know, b4 maybe.
You think it's... yeah.
I'm not sure it's good
But
enough.
I'm not sure about the king on h2. I would have chosen
To h1?
Yeah, because if I want to move the knight, but maybe I'm slow anyway, no?
I don't know whether I'm fast enough with black, to tell you the truth.
Queen g6.
I'm not sure. No, sorry, I wanted to go
To d6, you said.
to d6
Which
because
makes sense,
I don't want knight e5 to be there. But the
Okay,
problem
so
is
let's say
after
I take on
receiving queen
h5.
e4 and come back, or you just want to
Take
grab
and
my
queen
pawn.
h8. I want c2, queen h8. But maybe it's too slow, no?
Well, c3, queen h8.
c2 then, no?
Oh, you're playing with fire.
No, that's. I'm
You're
not
playing with fire,
I
I
got
think.
burned with fire. No, it's already not playing.
I don't know, rook c2, rook a2 or
No,
something.
no. But then, okay, then I don't have the time to take there. But okay, to return with the queen to e4, as you want it.
Instead of queen h5 to come queen e4. But on the other hand, if you come queen e4, then you don't have a pass pawn, right, on the h. So c3.
Yeah, and I cannot
Knight
create
e5?
knight e5 anyway.
Yeah, because knight c4 is annoying for black.
It's a direct threat, yes, and
Yeah.
d6. Knight c6 is just like this. No, but knight c6 is also a strong threat.
But I think knight c4 is much stronger because I want to push.
No, I understand,
In
but
principle.
but as a static.
Yes.
To play e7.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, right now knight c4 is close to
Though
winning.
now the h4 is under attack, or not yet, but it can be any moment.
True, and then you will complain that king h2 would have been better, and that I informed you.
Okay, so let's go back where the game is. Let's see where we are standing. Okay, so check was done and king h2 is on the board. So, well, it's not clear, but I would expect somehow to Wesley to convert his advantage.
So he gave a check, and that's the position, no?
What about queen f8, queen h7, right?
Yes. No, these ruins in white's position, they have something coherent nevertheless. I mean, the knight is blocking a whole wing somehow. It also sustains the central pawns, and if anything, it can get to c4, which would be quite annoying.
But I think it's a typical position where if you play against an engine, it probably says like -3 or something.
Yeah, but
Maybe you can. You don't have there an engine, yeah?
I can.
You have, I think.
Yes, but
It's
now.
down. It says.
Yes, but now I have another. I was hinted at that there was
Some interesting game?
Haria in the men's
Let's
competition.
see.
Haria. No, I looked at it briefly. There was some interesting evolution. Black seemed to be winning, but now I'm not sure if is this a girl which is playing. Yes, she's a woman grandmaster playing for the men's team.
Ah, okay.
So, now it seems to be over. But earlier she got a very strong attack. She was probably better.
But it's still going on, I think.
No, it's still going on, but now it's bad for black.
For white.
No, it's bad for black.
Why? Because this is
The-
hanging on C3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and
So which moment?
but let's go back. Let's say
Which
10
moment?
moves. 10 moves. Let's say go back or when she started the attack. I cannot.
Okay, so which part of the game? It's knight b4.
Yes, something here. Something here. Yes, it was this blocked. Something here. It started and black. It's a very complex position. It's
Very
about this.
complicated game. But
King
it seems
D7,
like
which-
black has a huge advantage,
No,
right?
black has the control everywhere.
Well, and the pawn
Yes,
up.
yes.
I'm sorry, always come back to pawn up. I mean,
Yes.
looks very nice, and the
Yes,
pawn up.
and the pawn. No, you know what? Why black structure is better? Also because there are more pawns on board. So mathematically, they.
Knight d3, knight h4. And where did black go wrong here?
No, this is what I was curious about. F3, everything looks fine here.
Wow.
Knight G2, no, it looks like a complete invasion.
You know, there is a study where they show that men play longer lost positions when they
The
play
woman?
against a lady. Yeah.
Okay.
Which is, in some ways, it's quite strange, I must say.
Okay, but let's say now there is no.
No, it
reason
came
for-
to my mind because it has a very bad position.
But
white,
it's not
right?
reasonable yet. I mean,
No, but it's very bad, right? In this
Yes,
position,
yes.
I mean, it's really bad.
yes.
It's hard to imagine that. Well, okay, it was a saving, of course. Knight f3, knight e3, king e2, knight g4. So there's some tactical problem happened, I guess.
Knight G4 was still okay now.
And where rook h4?
No, bishop
maybe
E7
this?
apparently was.
Instead of bishop e3,
Bishop,
right?
yeah, bishop E7.
So this.
Yeah, bishop
This was the
E3 is. Yeah, no, she wants to get the pawn on D4, of course. But.
Yeah, but it was more important to defend, to control
Yeah,
this
and,
diagonal, it seems.
Okay, defend also the 7th rank. She's still a pawn up, actually.
Yeah,
So,
and a very strong knight on g4 and very strong attack on the g file.
But okay, bishop E3 was probably not.
Okay. Can't black go f5 after rook h4?
F5 or no, F5, then e takes F6.
And after knight f6, queen e5, or?
Queen E5, this looks already exposed, no?
Well, the rook on h5 is hanging.
But check on E6, no?
King b8.
So whose king is okay? We have to take on H5, I guess, no?
Well, okay, white has exchange
Or only
down,
three.
rook e8 is possible, and then the jump.
So then maybe it's better to play, but queen takes E3 we don't want to play, no? Instead of.
Well, here probably maybe bishop d4 was also possible instead of rook e8, right? But maybe not because rook d5.
No, probably you don't have to take on E6 so quickly. Because this
After
exposed.
knight h5, so you want to take rook takes h5.
Yes, so
my
now the
bishop
bishop
is
is.
trapped.
Yes, and then we have the time for queen E6 and knight E5. And okay.
This, yeah, that's a problem. So bishop e3 is really.
It's hanging. Apparently, it's not really such a bad move.
And knight f6?
But now knight f6 you should have played.
Okay.
And then white should sacrifice the queen.
Wow. In what way?
Queen takes g8.
Oh.
Knight g8, king takes
King
e3.
e3.
And okay,
White has compensation.
yeah, okay, and white is alive. No, it is alive. Rook h8.
But knight f97, it should be completely winning.
If rook h8.
Knight f4, knight f5. Ah, no, there is a bishop.
Yes.
Okay, there is a bishop gone. So actually,
Yes,
if
yes,
I
yes.
take, then I'm down in material.
Yes,
so it's
yes,
not
yes,
that
yes.
easy. It's not that
Yes.
easy. Okay, so this is possible.
Yes. So okay, but okay, black would have been in the game in principle.
Yeah. So knight f6 was the move, and instead of that,
She took on d4.
she took on d4, and things got messed up because
d4.
rook takes, and queen g7.
Yeah, and
And
now
now
queen
this
g7
is hanging.
was a beautiful intermediate move actually.
Well, it was hanging, so he had to go somewhere, right?
Yeah. Probably she was relying on this bishop takes c3. And queen g7 is the only move which doesn't lose, and apparently it wins.
Yeah. So probably just maybe check and b takes e3.
But okay, we have to admire white. I mean, if
It was a great saving also, right?
if we admire Carlsen for getting such an ending
I know,
out
but
of.
why is the gentleman,
Sorry?
why is Haria
Yes?
seems to be unhappy here? After queen d7. I mean, the game is still not over.
Well, rook h8 and rook f8. Looks
Yes, this
very-
is what I thought that you want to
looks
go
Very
there.
annoying.
Oops.
Maybe better on b7, no?
King,
Yes.
b7.
Yeah, this is what we wanted, yes.
What is the rating of the two players?
Well, 25.05 Haria and the woman grandmaster 22.75. Also quite a big difference. Not as dramatic as yesterday, but okay, so rook f8.
Yeah, rook c7 and only
Rook
after
c7,
that.
sorry. It's an extra piece and the compensation. Okay. Yes, somehow the structure of white's position survived. The knights and the pawn on e5. That was somehow
Yeah.
the structure, no? The
Yeah.
skeleton of the position, and it survived. And
But I feel that White is not sure of himself. Exactly. That. I mean, when it was such a messy game, and we shouldn't forget that this is already move 44.
and
They
starting
are-
with move 35, he was in deep trouble.
White
or
is
maybe earlier.
thinking, spending time, and he had a big trouble. And then there is a mess. Of course, when if you would switch on the engine, then it says, okay, plus something, right?
Yeah, but okay, he felt okay. He knew that he was not doing well.
Yeah, it was clear.
Yes.
I mean, it was obvious that he was not doing well. But you can see that he's still in the mode that, am I really better? Is it better? How is it better? Am I winning?
Because you remember Tanya's body language yesterday after
Yes.
getting the better side of an equal position.
Yes.
No? You could feel that she was confident that she can try.
Yeah. But you can see with the
And our girl here, she's relaxed. She just
yeah, she thinks that there is a
Yeah.
lot to be done. And if you think about it, I mean, if let's say White takes and he does not give a check and rook f8 first,
Yes.
maybe there is some option for Black.
Well, the simple
know if-
capture on c3 is not that bad, no?
Yeah, okay, but it's not so obvious that it's so
Because it threatens maybe
clear.
rook c2.
Yeah, and if already now this rook c7, then it's already not obvious at all.
Let's say rook c2 first. Rook c2. Let me see where you go with the king.
Well, I don't see the huge difference, but okay,
But
you
what-
go here.
Ah, okay, but now the king.
So my king is on e2 or d1. I don't know where is it standing better.
Yeah, okay. I can agree with that. But yes, this is 3 pawns for. Okay, it's blocked pawns.
And you can go maybe knight b4 so queen doesn't go to c6. I think that's important to
Maybe
stop.
d4 because d4 is.
Okay.
Well, queen g2 sometimes, no?
Queen g2 can be very unpleasant. Yeah, you don't want to be opening
yeah.
up this. So knight b4.
Okay, just waiting.
Well, it's also easy to wait here also.
King a7. King
No,
a7.
but no, I think
Queen e7,
maybe queen
yeah.
e7. But the
And queen
problem
c5,
is,
and queen c5,
yeah,
no?
but the problem is that queen h8, and on the 8th there can be some serious problems.
But okay,
No,
you want
I'm
to go?
afraid there is no saving for black.
What about if rook c1 now?
King
by the
e2.
way? And another check.
Knight is on b4.
Ugh, sorry.
So this is, yeah, it's kind of game over, it seems.
So she relied on.
So it's not easy to survive. So probably
He gave
white
a
is
check.
going, and he is going
gave
queen
a check.
f8. He goes queen f8. He goes queen f8, which is also sensible, but maybe not the simplest win. But let's see, is there any way for black to survive this one?
So I guess rook c8 is the only move.
Yeah, okay,
no?
but rook c8 takes,
And
takes,
then
b
the
takes
endgame,
c3,
the endgame
and
is
well, maybe
yes.
it takes time and technique, but not much.
Please take on c8 first, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Not much.
It's 2 pawns for, and the pawns are not so good.
Well, the knights are more
90
somehow more valuable. In the meantime, we have some questions. We are very thankful for that. And actually, I got a question: who was my toughest opponent of all time? Well, this is not easy to answer because I had many tough opponents, very big challenges. But maybe I can say if I have to pick only one, I had the biggest difficulty against Kramnik because he was the only person who I couldn't win, only in a blitz game, out of the world champions. And I think it was also difficult for me to play against him because of his style, especially in the late 90s and the early 2000s, because that's when he still had this positional kind of very tough style. He played quite a few times against me, some positional endgames in some d4 systems, and that was somehow very not comfortable for me. But then later on I started to make some draws there, and I was hanging on, but because of his style, it was the most difficult. And, well, yeah, this is also very important. Another question, whether I'm using or we are using computer analysis. No, actually, I'm not having an engine next to me. It is what it comes from, my knowledge and my experience. I don't like to use computers because I think it does not give that pleasure for the audience, because you want to see me explaining my way of thinking and the process how I think, and it's the same with Mihail here, that we are not using engine. If we are going to be using engine in some specific occasions, we're going to let you know that now let's check the computer, what is the evaluation, because this way probably we make a lot of mistakes, but at the same time this is how, for amateurs, I think, it makes sense. This is how you can improve, that we try to understand the position, debating on the position, giving the pros and cons. Why do we believe that one move is good or better than the other one, and what the position is actually gives for either side. And also it's very tricky when sometimes you switch on. Of course, our audience can switch on in a second, and you can say that, okay, these grandmasters cannot play chess because it's +7. It is the case, but when you are at the board playing, in the playing hall also, the players don't have that. And it wouldn't be fair if I would just be calling out that, okay, Magnus, how could you do such a mistake, right? No, I can't do that. It's if I feel the same, that I see the game and I see something, then I can say that, well, okay, I see it also here. So, no, it's much more pleasure also for me to do it without the engine, because for that I wouldn't be sitting here, or I would not be needed here in the studio. So we want to share our thoughts, our way of thinking process, and I hope that we have an audience who can appreciate that. So what do we have here?
So,
because more and more games are being finished, as I see, with the whole in the open and in the open section and in the women's section. Actually, we have a draw. Probably there was a draw for Baikonuru playing bishop d5 right here. And we have to tell you that the players are not allowed to offer a draw up to move 30. At the same time, you will find quite a few games where a stronger player will make a very good time draw offer and escape from those difficult positions. Well, of course, the main example is Levon Aronyan, but when he had a very bad position, we can say even it was a lost position.
So psychologically, his move, his decision of offering a draw must have been very strong, because probably it was on move 31. It was not a repetition, I believe, or was it?
No.
So it was on move 31, just like if, I didn't offer you a draw earlier because I couldn't, but now it's an obvious draw. So, okay, who is the opponent to argue with Aronian, no, that the position is drawn? He was 500 points lower rated or more, no? So, but of course the opponent played quite okay. That's
yes.
So,
And we had some games where there was very good resistance. Also against Tanya, her opponent was playing.
Most remarkable.
Yes, and her rating for sure is going to be much higher. So the players are playing already for 4.5 hours there, and we see on the playing hall, you see on the screen that some games are off, but also if it would show the big hall, you would see that more and more games are finished. Still some going on.
Entire matches, as we see.
Yes. Yeah, you see now the playing hall, a lot of free chairs, and it's not because the players are away while playing, but actually because... And
the moment when we have more arbiters than players in the hall.
And of course what we see right now, there are not too many people, but there are quite some people watching Magnus's game. So, of course, that was a very interesting game of today, what we've seen between Magnus and Meyer, the German player who is actually representing Uruguay on this Olympiad. He was several times representing Germany. And of course it's a big challenge also for the players sometimes to play on board one.
But
something went wrong.
Didn't the computers prove that even without the b5 pawn, this is a draw?
Exactly. So maybe this will be a time when we want to check on the database, online database, whether how is it a draw without the pawn.
Actually, there was a game of Erwin Lamy, which, without the b5 pawn, which ended in a draw. So apparently, if you know the technique, it's not that difficult to hold it.
I've seen other games also between ladies, someone made a draw. Maybe it was Muzichuk, but I don't know exactly. But one thing is sure that I've seen people also making a draw. So where did Magnus go wrong? What kind of roller coaster game we have? Queen d4, h4, queen f4, king h3. But one second, did he go with queen d4 at that point? Because this was the moment when b4.
Yes.
Yeah, this is where we were expecting not queen e1 at all. This is a very strange decision by Magnus.
But maybe it doesn't change that. He can go later.
But that's a principal matter that you centralize your queen to d4.
Of course, I remember what Seravan was saying about Tal's reaction to some move by Kasparov. Some g4 like yesterday. He just came from the airport, coming from somewhere far. And she just entered the audience hall where there was a big screen, yes. And he saw the move g4. And his reaction was something like that. So, Tal had these things. He also had these texts.
No, but in principle, you want to centralize your queen. You want to control,
Yes.
Really.
No, it can be such a bad move, but okay, why not queen d4?
I thought that was the reason he gave up on a3.
Yes.
Queen d3, queen h4, king g7, queen e7, king h2. So, black centralizes his queen, which stands excellent.
Yeah, that square should have been ours.
Yes, yes, it would be full domination. Yeah. I'm not saying the game is not winning here too, but still I was just surprised. Queen c5, queen d3, king h2. So he's going back and forth. Queen on e4, I think, stands excellently for black, because it controls, not only attacks both of the pawns on h4 and b4, but also controls this pretty important square on e7.
And it prevents the white queen to take one of those squares, which
Exactly.
is even more frustrating.
Exactly.
I mean, I think, okay, black cannot do anything active.
h5.
Now he took on b4, no?
And he took on b4, but I don't... Well, okay, but maybe there was a blunder by Magnus. Because here, after queen e4, he's in trouble. From a point of view that he cannot hold both of the pawns, it seems. Right? So he has to give up one. And then queen takes here.
No, but this happens when you give up the center, no? It's...
You see, you like my queen d4.
No, I thought it was on the board. I couldn't imagine that Carlsen would play something different, no?
But in this game against Napo, actually it was also possible to play somewhere in the center, which I was mentioning, referring to before, also 2 pawns up. And he also played it from queen on g1. So actually he's making very similar what he did there.
Well,
and it worked there.
Sometimes, you know, the notion of centralizing is very relative sometimes.
Yes.
Because some pieces may be required on some specific squares. But this was a typical queen ending where centralization was
typical.
Important,
then if he plays a bullet game or a blitz game, he plays queen d4 instantly.
Yes.
It's not even a hesitation, I think. So let's see after g4. Maybe you can check in the meantime that how much that draw it is. The 6. I think the 6 pieces of database.
Yes.
And well, in the meantime.
Well, it's. We have to take the b5
okay, so
pawn.
until I'm going to see this.
No, but you know, if we take the b5 pawn from off the board, then queen f5 wins.
Well, it's black to move.
So it's black to move, okay.
It is black to move, so I don't know what Magnus has in... Well, first of all, the big question will be whether is there a way out of the perpetual checks? Because check, king g5, queen d2, and for now I'm not even sure that black is not having a perpetual check, because it is quite... challenging. Of course, sometimes the b5 pawn actually can be in the way, because we have on the board. I'm sorry, I switched to the wrong board. So queen e3, this is what we have.
Just a moment, okay, queen e3, and I don't input the pawn on b5, because then...
No, queen e3 check is played, so we are checking it without the pawn on b5.
Okay.
So the white queen is on f6 and the black king on h7.
Okay.
But now I'm not sure it's not a perpetual check without the pawn on b5.
Okay, all the moves lead to a draw, with the exception of queen f3, which loses in 7.
Okay, so let's see if king h4. What is the
king h4?
King
then
h4.
several moves.
What the best move? We go.
Queen e1 is the most natural, yes.
I want to see what happens. Can white go out of the perpetual check?
King g5.
Queen e3.
Queen e3 or d2?
Let's say queen e3. Of course, queen d2 is kind of also, actually it's a human move. It's not a computer move.
Yes.
Because it's logical that you want to go a little bit further and you want to have the d8 and d5 square. Of course, d5 square we have to forget, right? But
you want to go
queen f4.
You want to go, then I have to correct it. No, but queen. He's in the.
Queen f4, probably queen d8.
Yes, but you.
Okay, so queen d8, queen f5, queen f8 possibly.
No, the problem is that here I cannot go back one move. So you played queen d2 instead of queen e3, and I had queen e3 on the board.
No, it's just I want to see what is the main move, so it's not that we have to...
so I have to input it again if...
Okay.
Okay, so...
So after queen f8 here... Well, we have the position right now. Already queen e2. So king g2, And of course, Magnus knows it, that objectively, probably he's not winning anymore. The only thing I can imagine, it's already king on g3, queen on f6.
But which is the idea? Is it the perpetual or some stalemate at some point?
At some point, there is a
Stalemate with the
stalemate.
king on h8, you have to
There
stay,
is
no?
a stalemate, yes.
That's,
Yeah, there are, but I don't know. I'm not sure if now there is a perpetual. If queen e1, maybe he wants to go queen f2, queen e5. The thing is that I think white is not able to progress, really. So queen e1 check on the board.
yeah, the king is exposed somehow. No, everything draws with the exception of king f3, I suppose. That's my evaluation, which loses.
Well, let's see how Magnus wants to. Well, there is not much of thinking about, I think. He has to go queen f2. The only thing is that with the pawn on b5, for example, after king f4, let's say, queen f2,
Yes.
king e5,
This can-
white cannot go here, because black cannot go here from the point of view that queen b6
yes,
is not
yes,
possible.
but what if exchanging the queens, no?
This, I think, maybe,
It's
I
still
don't
a-
know if it's going
it's
to
still
be
a draw,
losing
no?
or not. Let's see, because actually it's very important that the pawn will queen on b6 and queen g6
Yes,
will be
will
not a
not be
checkmate,
met,
I
yes.
believe. So h6, b2, h7. So exactly, this is why it is so important, because b1, if it would be queening any other spot apart from
Yes.
g1, it would be a mate, right? After this, and there are many studies like this.
And I believe the
where-
same situation is if the king goes not to g8 but to h6.
Yes, I think
Earlier.
it's the
I
same
think
in...
it's- because if queen h8, then it's queen h7 also.
no, but actually, no, but that queen g5 and queen g7 mate.
Okay.
But h7...
Okay.
Yeah, it was g6. If here black goes here, then it's losing.
Then it's losing, okay.
Then it's losing because it's a checkmate.
Okay, understood.
Okay.
Or
So
vice versa, queen g5 and queen g6.
it's the same, yeah.
Yes, yes.
So queen e1 check. This is what we have on the board. Magnus is trying to fix it. Of course, the big question is also how Meyer will be able to handle the time aspect of the game, because he has less than 6 minutes.
Yeah, and it's not the typical draw like the Philidor position, or first of all, it was discovered only recently with the table basis.
This
10 years ago, no?
only? I thought it was more already.
Maybe. I would say that not more than 10 years, okay. Anyway, it's not part of the history. It's not something that chess players have in their blood.
Yeah, I remember how big thing was it.
Yes.
When we started to have it, and they said, okay, the king and 2 pawns in a queen endgame is a theoretical draw.
Yes.
I remember that I was completely amazed, and it was partly human when you start to see and analyzing. It's not like out of the world. Like, for example, John Nunn was writing great books about
Yes,
rook.
five.
Yeah, 5 pieces, rook endgame with having only 1 piece, 1 pawn on the 2nd rank or the 3rd rank. I remember
all
it
the
was
process to advance the pawn.
yeah, and it
yes.
took 1 positions. Crazy. It was 91 when we were playing together in Vienna, and he was telling us, he was giving some envelope with one of an example like this, and he was like, check it. So that was kind of funny and interesting. Well, Magnus's king is hiding. It's on h4.
There was this
so there's no chess.
Sharon rule, no?
No check.
In these endings, there was the Sharon rule, no? And the Soviet. When you have the pawn, let's say, on b3, and the enemy rook attacks it from b8.
Yes.
So there was some Sharon rule
Yes.
counting how many.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then
yeah.
the
How many
Soviets-
lines there is between the king and the rook.
And the Soviets try to show that actually Sharon's rule is too general, it has too many exceptions, but actually it was useful No, there are exceptions, but it's good to have it as it was 5 or something, the number 5 to
No, it depends where you have the pawn. If it's on the third rank, you have to have on only 3.
Yeah, that there was some Sharon gave this rule, which applies in many occasions, but there are exceptions because sometimes you can threaten mate.
Yes.
You can
Yes.
things like that. So yes, but none brought complete clarity because he had the table basis.
Yeah. Well,
Yes.
he's a great expert. Black plays b4. So maybe it does make a difference in this position that black has a pawn on the b, because it's going to be, well, this way, of course, there is no stalemate, but,
Yes, but
there is
some
a pawn.
counterplay.
There is a pawn which is being pushed. So after queen f7, king h8.
You know what my feeling is now that I saw the pawn on b4 already, and so that pawn is a pawn. I had the same feeling as when the little girl came into our studio before you interviewed her. It was like, oh, there is a pawn here.
Yes.
How did this happen?
Well, it's still going on, this exciting game, move 68, some tension, but I would like to share with you some small videos from the Olympiad which we made during or after the round more.
Hello, for my second interview, I have 2 players from Palau, Angelica Magno and Rosemary Vagian. Congratulations for your draw. How do you feel playing Wales today? How was your match?
It was really good. I feel very challenged, especially my first 2 games were both WFM, and I'm lucky to play with them. It's a very good experience for me.
Oh, you drew your match today. How was it? Who were you playing?
Oh, it's very, very good. Yeah, for my first time to join this Olympiad, and then I'm very happy that I withdrew my game.
First Olympiad.
First Olympiad, and then just the draw.
That's lovely. That's brilliant. Congratulations. How are you finding the arrangements so far? How are you liking India? I hear this is your first time in India. How are you enjoying it?
I really love the place here. It's really wide, and I know they only prepared for a short time, but it was really good.
Yeah. What about you? It's nice, the place. Love it.
People also.
Yeah. Mm-mm.
Lovely. That's brilliant. I love your official dress. I would love for you to turn around and show me the colors. Thank you so much. Good luck for the future rounds. Thank you.
So my next interview this afternoon is with top Indian Grandmaster Karthikeyan Murali. How are you doing, Karthikeyan?
I'm fine. I'm good. How are you?
Thank you. So you are playing for the India 3 team. This is a very special team because it's made up of top Grandmasters, but playing lower than the other 2 teams. Could you explain to the audience how this came about, please?
Yeah, today's game was I won't say it's easy, but it was little bit convenient for me. I didn't calculate much. I just played natural moves, and eventually he ran out of ideas, and then I got all his pawns, and the game was pretty smooth. Yeah.
So you went straight to the game then. So I was noticing that it was a normal Shishnikov position, Pelikan. I noticed that maybe he allowed knight takes f6, breaking up his king side. Would you say that was the definite mistake?
No, I won't say that. I think bishop e6 was a little bit dubious, because the idea was, black should play g6 and bishop g7. So when he played bishop e6, the point is after g6, I can always take knight f6 and queen d6. So due to this idea, he couldn't play g6, and his queen was kind of stuck on d8. He couldn't move the queen, he couldn't move his bishop on f6, so it was kind of stuck. And after b4, I already felt I am quite better there after b4. But even if not b4, I couldn't find a move for black. So I would say bishop e6 was the first mistake, and the second mistake is when he played knight e7. Yeah, like you pointed out, allowing knight to f6 and damaging the structure was not advisable for him. I think he should have played bishop d8 instead of knight e7, just to preserve the bishop, and then eventually like he is a pawn down, but still he could play on dark square. So I think instead of knight e7, bishop d8 would have been tenacious.
Okay, so Kartikeyan, you're 25 years old, recently married, as far as I understand. You're a national champion from the India also, so a really strong player. What do you rate your chances with your India 3 team in this tournament? How do you rate your chances? Do you think you can go for the medal?
Yeah, I mean, we are not expecting like medal or something. We just want to play good games all through the event, and just play best moves, and eventually whatever comes up, that's the best we can get. Yeah.
Okay, thanks a lot, and let's go to the media center for the rest of the press.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have with me the youngest player of the tournament from Palestine, Randa, and she has played her first match today and she won. How do you feel, Randa?
I feel really great.
Yeah, I'm happy.
I'm happy. She doesn't know how to speak English yet.
She can speak in
Can she speak Arabic?
احكي عربي.
تحكي لك كيف شعورك؟ تحكي لها شعور حلو.
شعور حلو.
احكي لها انبسطت فزنا الجيم فخورة.
Okay. She's a little bit nervous.
No worries. You played. Which team were you playing against?
We played against Comoros. Yeah.
Can you talk about your match a little bit?
It was a great match, but I hope I will play with the strongest player. Yeah, because when your option is more stronger, you will be like more exciting. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was a great match. Yeah.
Lovely. What about your match?
Yes, my match was good too. We finished maybe 1 hour or 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
It was really good.
You know, now we won the 3 rounds. Left just one player.
Yes.
Yeah.
I hope she win, and now we will fall again.
Yeah.
Congratulations. I hope she wins too and you'll have a perfect score. Is this your first time in India?
Yes.
Yeah, it's our first time.
Olympics also.
Wow.
Yeah.
First Olympics. It must be really exciting. How does it feel to be here?
We're really happy and we're proud because the youngest chess player in our team, so
Yeah.
that means a lot of us.
Yeah, India is really a great country. I really love it. Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you so much. Good luck for the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for talking to us. Thank you. Nice to meet you too.
We're back to the round 2 of the 44th Chess Olympiad in Chennai, India, and we are already heavily in the, 5th hour is going to be finishing. So Magnus Carlsen is still playing, fighting, trying to win his game against Meyer. They are fighting already for quite a long time. In the beginning, it was a very tough game for Magnus. I believe later on, Meyer a little bit misplayed it, then blundered some pawns in the time trouble, and then later on, he started to get chances again. Because in this position, he definitely has great chances to make a draw. In the previous interviews, it was great to see some of the participants, and also the youngest participant, the 8-year-old little girl, Randa Sadar. And I think maybe Mihail can also tell a little bit about her game, because it was first game of her today. What kind of game was it?
Well, first of all, I checked why the girls from Palau were so happy. They drew with Wales.
Yeah.
So that was quite some result. And now, okay, I have the game of Randa. So she played e4, d5.
And what was your impression about the whole game? if you look through whether was her preparation kind of interesting. And
it was some Scandinavian which she developed normally, and of course black did some bad things, like for instance staying with the king in the center.
Well, that's a problem.
Going with the king back between the rooks without a possibility. But okay, she. No, I think Randa played quite coherently.
She had some piece up as far as I can see, and she converted into a victory. So congratulations
but
for her.
Very good development. Castling long pieces were she did everything fine.
We'll see how is she going to be going for the next round, but it's great to see very young participants representing their country. So what we have with Magnus is actually it's already move 71. They are fighting hard, and we shouldn't forget that black has the b3 pass pawn, which is quite dangerous already for white.
Will black soon be winning?
Well, there is not much chance for that, but I think there are great counter chances with the b pass pawn, which will probably make Magnus forced to make a perpetual check soon.
Yeah, that's the point. The more the pawn advances, the lesser chances for white to build up something.
Well, the thing is that, as we discussed it before, that even with the pawn, without the pawn on b3, there are most of the positions where black can hold the game, even though that he has two pawns down. Because a decade or 1.5 ago, it was published when the table base was out, and you can reach out to the Nalimov database of 6 pieces, and I think there is also 7 pieces, right? And which showed us, the professionals also, we always thought that this is losing because 2 pawns is 2 pawns, right? It's just losing in a queen's ending, but it was shown and proved that the H and G pawn is a draw when the king is standing just on H8 or G8, so front of them. But now it seems to me that I don't know how white can be progressing. For example, if let's say G5, I think black would be just going B2, not even pay attention too much. Of course, white can go with check, king H7, queen F7, king H8. So what do you think about G6?
But now we start checking, no?
Well, okay, I just want to show the checkmate if B1 because it's kind of fun. It's not every day that we see a 4-queen position. And here queen G5, checkmate. But of course, this is not going to be standing on the board. And so let's say after, hold on, after queen F8, let's say G6. So black cannot queen, but
she can start checking now.
He can start checks, and actually there will be no way out for white because he cannot push the queen because then white will be even losing the game. So there will be like a perpetual check.
And also the pawn on H6 is hanging. I mean...
but now probably the easiest is to
just
simply check,
yes,
right?
Yes,
there is no point to do anything else. So Magnus played king H5. So let's see what is his hidden plan. I'm sure he has one. What about B2?
No,
let's see.
It looks simple, no?
Well, maybe he wants to give it check now. And after king H7, queen E4, so it blocks, stops the pawn. And after this to go G5.
Or king G6.
But I think after this move, maybe the simplest to go B1 queen, and after queen takes b1 to make the perpetual check with playing queen h3 and queen e6, and black will make a draw without any problem. So let's see if b2 will be played, or is there anything I'm missing? What about playing b2, queen e8 check, king h7, queen, no sorry, that was not my point. No, I wanted to try out after b2, queen f8, king h7, queen f5, so I don't allow black to go queen h3, so what about this? Anyway, b1, right?
The same, no?
Yeah, and the main point is, as we discussed it before, that the queen is defending back And if white goes queen f7 and then queen e8, this is also not going to be a win because white wins the queen, but nothing more than that. The g7 square is defended, so white cannot go. What a game this is, right? So after b2, we have queen e4 on the board.
Actually, I have analyzed some end games, and it is, especially if you go closer to the pawn ending or regarding the pawn ending, you have to use your tempi. And sometimes it is of essential importance where you allow your pawns to be captured, on which squares, and on which square you capture the pawns. Mm-hmm. It can make a lot of difference. So what may seem like wait and see game is actually, it doesn't have anything to do with the structures. You just have to force the enemy king on a specific square, and you have to try to capture a pawn on a specific square, and then you can win. Yes, it can make no, this is what you said, that B1 is a good square,
yes,
to promote.
Yes.
So there are these nuances. Okay, it's not a pawn ending, but it's also with pawn races.
Yes.
So it has some connection with
absolutely
my very abstract discourse.
We see some people, of course, around Magnus's game, but well, of course, there would be much more people if they would be allowed to go near there. But I think also the players who finish their game, they are most of the time asked to leave the playing hall. And
kindly invited.
Yes, to leave. Oops, king g6. Look at this. Look at this move. King g6. Maybe something...
Something went wrong.
Now queen e8 is threatening with the checkmate.
It's kind of a threat, no?
b1.
So what's the big... Yeah, but now they start...
No, I'm sure he has something in mind. Well, this was not the point for black to...
I mean,
and he's upset now. Yeah, I had the feeling that something Magnus has in mind. I just did it wrongly, these
and
moves.
his opponent didn't understand it, yeah?
Well,
now he
has under a minute. Don't forget that now is the time when easily things can go wrong for black. But for example, I see a draw. Look at this. Check, check, queen d5, and look at this draw.
It's
look
queen
this.
f7.
How do you like that
mate,
one?
yes. Mate
Stalemate, yeah,
mate
exactly. But I'm not sure it's all forced. Let's see, of course. What do you mean? No, it's queen c6. It's not queen c5, but the technology cannot trick us so easily. I see queen c5 on my screen, but actually it's queen c6, of course.
So let me check.
Let's see queen c6.
Let me check the table basis.
Wow.
No, but it's black to move, of course.
Actually, probably it should be a draw, because even after king h5, I'm not sure if queen d5 is the best, but let's say if queen f5, also black can go queen f7, for example.
Yes, there are these tricks.
Though I'm not completely sure that it works, because now after king g5, so what is the evaluation?
No, I have the position after queen c6.
And so, what is the evaluation?
No, draw.
Draw.
But how did you reach this position after queen c6?
King h5.
King h5, yes. Queen d5 is one of the moves.
Okay, so
queen
queen
e8,
d5.
or queen e8.
I wanted queen d5.
Queen
and
d5,
what about
okay.
queen f5?
Queen f5. The only draw is queen f7.
Yes!
Yes, it's the only draw.
Queen f7, only draw.
So you wanted queen g6 here, or...
No, queen g6 I don't want, because then it's check anyway, but let's say king g5 now.
King g5.
King g5.
Only move queen c7.
Yeah, but if queen c7 is the only move, it means that Mayer is losing this game.
No, it makes sense because it prevents the check on.
But when you have 30 seconds on your clock.
And you have to go, I mean, your king is in trouble, and then you go with the queen, you send the queen to another city, no? It's...
it's a very difficult move, extremely difficult move.
2 minutes ago, he had a pawn on b2. And...
So let's see what we have. Queen c6 check.
No, of
and
course,
of course, Magnus is thinking 13 minutes. Why not to think when the opponent is under a minute? So I would be extremely
Let
surprised.
his blood boil, no? Let the opponent's blood boil. No, of course, we have to admire Carlsen because he's very consistent, especially in endgame.
Yes.
Including worse endings and equal endings. But okay, this was, humanly speaking, this is...
King g5 we have instead of...
Oh, King g5. We said, but you mentioned, this was your move, no?
No, we have it on there, what we have on the screen, King g5.
This was our variation, I believe, no?
We were looking King h5,
King
before,
h5, okay.
and then it was Queen d5, Queen f5. But he went Queen g5, and of course it's incredible painful for Meyer to make. He knows it that it's a draw. This is the most painful part of it. He knows it. He knows it that he blundered his pawn on b2, and still he has to stay calm and he has to play the best moves, which is not going to be so easy against Magnus Carlsen, who is having 12 minutes on the clock, and obviously if he's going to be reaching a winning position, there is a great chance that he's not getting